Declaro abierta la sesión número 10.186 del Consejo de Seguridad. En el orden del día provisional para esta sesión figura el siguiente punto: la situación en Oriente Medio, incluida la cuestión palestina. Queda aprobado el orden del día. De conformidad con lo dispuesto en el artículo 37 del Reglamento Provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a la delegación de Israel. Así queda aprobado. Propongo que el Consejo invite al observador permanente del Estado observador de Palestina ante las Naciones Unidas a participar en esta sesión, de conformidad con el reglamento provisional y la práctica establecida al respecto. Como no hay objeciones, así queda acordado. De conformidad con lo dispuesto en el artículo 39 del reglamento provisional del Consejo, invito a participar en esta sesión a los siguientes exponentes: señor Ramiz Alacabrov, coordinador especial adjunto para el proceso de paz de Oriente Medio y coordinador residente y de asuntos humanitarios de las Naciones Unidas; señor Itai Epstein, asesor especial y consultor superior sobre políticas y derechos humanitarios del Consejo Noruego para Refugiados; y señora Marianne Bargoutis, periodista independiente, escritora y analista política. Así queda acordado. El Consejo de Seguridad iniciará ahora el examen del punto 2 del orden del día. Doy la palabra al señor Ramiz Alacabrov. Tiene usted la palabra.
Very much. Madam President, members of the Security Council, today's briefing is focused on the Secretary General's quarterly report on the implementation of the Resolution 2334 as circulated to Council members last week. Since the 12th June cutoff date for the written report, the situation across Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory in Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, remained volatile. Israeli airstrikes and military operations have continued across Gaza, resulting in further fatalities and bringing the total killed since the ceasefire to over 1,000, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health. Israeli forces continue to expand the scope of their territorial control in Gaza and the extension of areas requiring coordination in humanitarian operations. Israel has said that it currently controls approximately 70% of the Gaza Strip. This encroachment of areas under Israeli control is reducing the space available to civilians. Palestinians in Gaza are concentrated in increasingly limited areas, living amid insecurity and violence. As the Emergency Relief Coordinator briefed this Council on 18 June, since the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 2803, there have been improvements in the humanitarian situation in Gaza. The share of households going to bed hungry dropped from 92 to 36%, and humanitarians were able to expand provision of water, health, and education services. But as Under-Secretary General Fletcher said, Resolution 2803 and the comprehensive plan are meant to deliver much more than that, while the needs in Gaza remain immense. Sanitation conditions remain alarming, 70% of population lacks dignified shelter, and humanitarians continue to face persistent constraints as they carry out their essential work. I'm deeply concerned by the reports of intimidation in the context of the protests which were planned in Gaza on the 26th June. Civilians must be able to exercise their rights peacefully without fear and must be protected at all times. The legitimate needs, concerns, and aspirations of the people of Gaza must be addressed through the full implementation of the Resolution 2803. This includes the disarmament of Hamas and all other armed groups in Gaza, the withdrawal of Israeli defense forces, and deployment of international stabilization force, the transfer of governance responsibilities to the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. In coordination with Palestinian Authority, the UN is ready to support the committee in providing critical public services and in laying the groundwork for reconstruction to restore dignity, improve living conditions, and offer hope for the future. I welcome last week's joint visit to Gaza by Greek Orthodox Patriarch and the Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem. Amid ongoing deprivation and suffering, their visit sends a timely signal of peace, tolerance, and dignity for all. Meanwhile, the situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, continued to deteriorate. Israeli military activity continued in and around the refugee camps in Jenin and Tulkaram in the northern West Bank, resulting in the evacuation and displacement of Palestinian households, including refugee families. This activity, including the reported establishment of an Israeli military post in Jenin, remains especially concerning as it taking place in Area A, which falls under Palestinian Authority's civil and security control. On 17 June, Israeli authorities reportedly approved the expansion of a building used as a yeshiva in Hebron H2 area. The approval followed the transfer of planning authority from the Hebron municipality to the Israeli civil administration, in line with Israeli Security Cabinet decision of 8 February. Yesterday, 28 June, the indemnity waiver issued by the Israeli Ministry of Finance permitting corresponding banking relations between Israeli and Palestinian banks was extended for another 2 weeks until 12 July. On 14 June, President Abbas issued a decree amending the general elections law. Among other changes, the decree increased the number of seats in the Palestinian Legislative Council, lowered the electoral threshold for winning seats, and required the inclusion of at least one woman among every 3 candidates on the list. The decree also committed to hold the presidential elections in 2027. Madam President, allow me to highlight some of the Secretary General's observations from the report on the implementation of Security Council 2334. I reiterate the Secretary General's strong condemnation of the relentless expansion and acceleration of Israeli settlements in West Bank. These developments further entrench the unlawful Israeli occupation and threaten the viability of a fully independent, contiguous, and sovereign Palestinian state. All Israeli settlements and related infrastructure have no legal validity, constitute a flagrant violation of international law, and must cease immediately. I'm deeply concerned by the steps taken by Israeli authorities to implement formal land registration in Area C. There is a serious risk that this decision will facilitate further settlement expansion and entrenchment of the unlawful occupation. I am also concerned by broader measures aimed at deepening Israeli administrative and territorial control of the West Bank. Along with the threat of annexation, which have no legal validity, these actions are steadily transforming geographical and demographic realities across the West Bank and further undermining the prospects for the two-state solution. The escalating violence and tensions in the West Bank are highly concerning. I condemn all violence against civilians, including acts of terror. I echo Secretary General's deep concern over persistent and intensifying settlers' attacks. I also remain deeply concerned by ongoing attacks by Palestinians against Israelis. All perpetrators must be held accountable. I also reiterate Secretary General's alarm over the scale of displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank. Settler violence, access restrictions, demolitions, and prolonged security operations have resulted in the largest displacement crisis in the West Bank since 1967. I am appalled at the numerous instances in which officials glorified violence and engaged in dangerous provocation, incitement, inflammatory language. All incitement to violence must stop immediately. I share the Secretary General's concern over the growing threats to the status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem. I reiterate that the status quo must be respected and upheld, in line with the special and historic role of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I echo the Secretary General in condemning in strongest terms the Israeli authorities' decision to establish military facilities at the UNRWA Sheikh Jarrah compound in East Jerusalem. I urge the government of Israel to rescind this decision and immediately return to the United Nations the UNRWA Sheikh Jarrah compound. I also urge member states to continue to politically support and financially sustain UNRWA. Despite the ceasefire announced 8 months ago, Gaza still faces profound uncertainty and immense human suffering. I condemn the continued killing and injury of civilians in Gaza, including women and children. I'm particularly concerned by recent increasing calls for resumption of widespread hostilities in Gaza. This would be disastrous for the Palestinian people of Gaza, for Israelis, and for the entire region. I reiterate the Secretary General's deep concern over the humanitarian situation in Gaza. I call on all parties to facilitate the full, rapid, and unimpeded passage of humanitarian assistance. Provision of humanitarian aid must never be used as a bargaining chip. I welcome the continued commitment of the international community to supporting the Palestinian Authority and advancing concrete steps towards the realization of the two-state solution. I urge the international community to continue supporting the Palestinian Authority to strengthen its government capacity, implement reforms, and address its fiscal challenges as it prepares to reassure its full responsibilities in Gaza in line with the UN Security Council Resolution 2803. I join the Secretary General in reiterating the strong commitment to the supporting Palestinians and Israelis in ending the occupation and resolving the conflict in line with international law, relevant United Nations resolutions, and bilateral agreements in pursuit of the vision of the two states, Israel and a fully independent, democratic, contiguous, viable and sovereign Palestinian state of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace and security within secure and recognized border on the basis of the pre-1967 line, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states. Madam President, and thank you and the members of the Council for your attention.
Al señor Al-Akbarov por la información que ha proporcionado. Doy ahora la palabra al señor Itai Stein. Tiene usted la palabra.
Madam President, Excellencies, on behalf of the Norwegian Refugee Council, I wish to thank you for the opportunity to brief the Council at this quarterly consideration of Resolution 2334. Adopted almost 10 years ago, its words are familiar. Israeli settlements in occupied Palestine constitute a flagrant violation of international law. The question before the Council today is not whether those words remain correct. The question is whether the Council is prepared to give them effect. It is the plight of Palestinian communities we serve, living with the consequences of non-implementation, displacement, dispossession, and the steady erosion of protection that I wish to share today. When states gathered after the Second World War to codify the Fourth Geneva Convention, including its prohibition on population transfer, they did so in the shadow of mass atrocities, colonization, forced displacement, and racial persecution. For Palestinians today, this is not an abstract legal proposition. It is a lived reality. The law saw this danger clearly from the outset. In June 1967, Israel came to occupy the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza. Within weeks, Theodore Meron, then Counsel of Israel's Foreign Ministry, set out the legal consequences with notable clarity. He affirmed the applicability of the Hague Regulations and the Fourth Geneva Convention to the newly occupied territories, recalled the prohibition on annexation, and advised that civilian settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory would be in contravention of explicit provisions of international humanitarian law. What has changed since is not the law. What has changed is the scale of the breach, the entrenchment of the occupation, and the cost borne by Palestinians for the failure of enforcement. The Council, Excellencies, must bring into view the convergence of phenomena too often treated separately: settlement expansion and settler violence, demolitions and displacement, obstruction of humanitarian relief, and denial of essential services. and the fragmentation of Palestinian governance. Together, they create a system of coercion. Since January 2023, 117 Palestinian communities have experienced full or partial displacement linked to settler attacks and related access restrictions. The displacement crisis is not confined to Bedouin or herding communities. More than 33,000 Palestinians have been displaced from Jenin, Tulkarm, and Nur Shams refugee camps and surrounding areas. As we have just heard, OCHA has described this as the largest and longest displacement crisis in the West Bank since 1967. The figures matter because they confirm the pattern. The home, the school, the water network, the olive grove, and the refugee camp have all become pressure points in a wider effort to make Palestinian presence harder to sustain. One recent field assessment shows what prolonged displacement means for families. Households displaced report worsening shelter conditions, collapsing livelihoods, and fear of repeated displacement. Another assessment should deeply trouble this Council. More than 70% of displaced households identified threats against women and children, including sexualized threats and gender-based harassment, as decisive in their decision to flee. Madam President, forcible transfer does not always announce itself with a single order. It may occur through accumulation, repeated attacks, sexualized threats, demolished homes, lost livelihoods, and the absence of credible protection. East Jerusalem and the Jerusalem periphery illustrate how coercion becomes a strategy for acquiring territory. In Sudan, Palestinian families face eviction and takeover by settler organizations. In and around E1, Han al-Ahmar and nearby Bedouin communities face renewed demolition risk and intense pressure in an area of profound territorial and political significance. Excellencies, the International Court of Justice has clarified the matter before us in decisive terms. In its 2024 advisory opinion, the Court did not merely characterize discrete Israeli practices in the occupied Palestinian territory as unlawful. It found that Israel's continued presence in that territory is, as such, unlawful. It reaffirmed that the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, are occupied territory over which the Palestinian people hold permanent sovereign rights. It identified legal consequences for Israel, for all states, and for the United Nations. That clarification matters for this Council. Resolution 2334 rested on legal rules that were already clear when it was adopted. The Court has now confirmed those rules and the consequences that flow from them. Settlements are not only a flagrant violation of international law and an obstacle to peace. They form part of an unlawful situation whose consequences cannot be ignored. What was framed in 2016 as a call upon states has, after 2024, acquired the character of a judicially endorsed legal obligation. The Security Council cannot, through subsequent resolutions, dilute obligations grounded in peremptory norms or negate the legal consequences identified by the Court. From wrong comes no right, and no passage of time cures illegality. This matters, Madam President, because annexation is often described as irreversible. That is a political claim dressed up as certainty. It confuses material entrenchment with legal consolidation. It seeks to turn unlawful facts into lawful rights. Annexation has become more costly to reverse, more complex to dismantle, and more disruptive to vested interests. It has not become irreversible as a matter of law. The same clarity is needed in relation to settler violence. It is often described, including in this chamber, as extremism, as though it were a marginal deviation from state policy. That language is legally inadequate. Where armed settlers operate as integral or auxiliary parts of military forces, or where public officials enable, direct, or exercise control over settler violence, the inquiry cannot stop with individual criminality. The question becomes one of state responsibility. Only last week, Israel's own military advocate warned that violent settlers and the armed forces are no longer readily distinguishable when, without legal authority, they impose restrictions on Palestinian movement. Cellular violence may therefore be both individual wrongdoing and part of a coercive environment for which Israel, as the occupying power, bears responsibility. Cellular violence forms part of the broader architecture through which territory is unlawfully acquired and controlled. Excellencies, the response of third states has begun to shift, with greater attention to individual perpetrators of cellular violence and extremist groups. That attention matters, but individual accountability cannot substitute for the broader obligation of states. Measures aimed solely at direct perpetrators fail to address the roles of ministries, settlement councils, and the legislative and financial infrastructure that sustain the settlement enterprise. States must ensure that their own conduct does not recognize, aid, or assist in an unlawful situation. They must also cooperate to bring it to an end. Madam President, that means restitution first. Homes, orchards, and olive groves must be restored to their rightful owners. Settlements and associated infrastructure must be dismantled. Palestinians displaced by coercion or violence must be able to return voluntarily in safety and dignity. Where restitution is materially impossible, compensation must follow. The General Assembly has shown the way. The UN Registrar of Damage, born of the 2004 Wall Advisory Opinion, should now be expanded to receive claims and quantify compensation for the full consequences of Israel's unlawful presence since 1967, including displacement, destruction, resource exploitation, and denial of housing, land, and property rights. Recognition of Palestinian self-determination without restoration of the material basis on which that right depends will be a promise without land beneath it. Excellencies, restitution addresses harm after the fact. Protection must prevent harm before it occurs. Communities at risk of forcible transfer need protection and humanitarian aid before they are uprooted, not only assistance after injury is felt. Israel has an obligation to facilitate the presence and activities of impartial relief societies such as the Norwegian Refugee Council. The International Court of Justice confirmed this obligation last year. Yet, Israel continues to interfere with the presence, registration, staffing, and independence of humanitarian organizations, restricting their ability to reach Palestinian communities in need and carry out the very activities Israel is required to facilitate. The Council should put Israel on notice. As the occupying power, it must allow and facilitate principal humanitarian action and comply with its obligations under international humanitarian law. Madam President, the obstacle is not lack of law. The obstacle is political reluctance. Annexation persists because its costs remain tolerable to those who sustain it. Settler violence persists because it is too often dismissed as deviation. Forced displacement persists because the international response remains fragmented. The task before the Council is at once simple and demanding: to ensure without delay the end of an unlawful Israeli presence that continues to drive displacement, dispossession, and civilian harm across occupied Palestinian territory. We are not asking this Council to invent new law. We are asking it to apply the law it has already affirmed. Excellencies, the late Benjamin Ferrance, the last surviving prosecutor of Nuremberg, reminded us that there could be no peace without justice, no justice without law, and no meaningful law without a forum to decide what is just and lawful. The law is clear. The facts are before this Council. What remains now is consequence. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al señor Stein por la información que ha proporcionado. Doy ahora la palabra a la señora Mariam Bargoutis. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you, Madam President. I am speaking to you all today not as a diplomat or a representative. I am speaking to you as a journalist that has spent years documenting the reality of occupied Palestine, focusing specifically on the West Bank, So I come here before you with testimonies and firsthand witnessing of voices and lives that are rarely allowed to enter these chambers except as statistics. For Palestinians, the reality is not a political dispute. It is experienced every morning, every day, and every evening when going to school, to work, or carrying out the most basic activities like family gatherings, weddings, and funerals that are consistently and relentlessly interrupted by armed Israeli violence, more often by the military, but also by armed Israeli militia groups. It is a reality of navigating military checkpoints where we are seeing an increase not just in military violence, but violence from armed Israeli militias that are not even bound to the chain of command of the army. This does not only mean delay, this does not only mean the theft of time of Palestinians, but it is a rewiring of the entire nervous system of Palestinians in constant anticipation of violence and through what we see as a systemic weaponization of fear. But it also means at a practical level, the denial of access to life-saving spaces, like accessing the hospitals. I myself have witnessed Israeli soldiers in places like Jenin and Tulkarem denying Palestinian women who are pregnant and in labor access to hospitals that are just a few meters away, and they will hold them at gunpoint. I have seen in Silwad, in the West Bank, the center of the West Bank, an Israeli soldier caught on camera by a medic after shooting a young Palestinian teenager and leaving him to bleed, and I quote, saying, "Thank God he is dead now." These are the lives of Palestinians day in and day out. It includes Palestinian farmers being denied access to their lands, as well as more recently where we are witnessing intentional and systemic Israeli violence that targets life-sustaining infrastructure. And this is like water pipes, where Israeli settlers are carrying out very targeted attacks at pumping stations that provide water access to thousands of Palestinians in the West Bank that already suffer from a disproportionate access to water in comparison to their Israeli counterpart. We are seeing intentional targeting of agricultural resources, again by armed Israeli groups in the West Bank, as well as the military that has constantly and consistently targeted lands through burning them, through denying access to them, or through destroying matters as basic as farmers' markets from Palestinians. And that means that even the economic cost of survival has been increasing. Now, it has been more than a decade since the UN Resolution 2334, and it's been more than a year since the decision made in July of 2024 demanding that Israel ceases its settlement activities, and I quote, as rapidly as possible. But instead what we are seeing is a rapid expansion of settlements that are being absorbed into state land. Now, there is a tendency that we have seen, and I continue to see repeated, for Israeli representatives to illustrate this expansion as extremist violence or as an exceptional case. But the facts on the ground inform us that there are coordinated and joint activities by the Israeli army, Israeli settler groups, and the Israeli judicial system in ensuring a systemic and relentless ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. So these are not accidental, they are intentional, they are premeditated, and they are coming from a policy of ethnic cleansing. And as Israeli settlers are creating a hostile environment for Palestinians who are now too afraid to even walk from their homes to their schools or their workplaces due to armed violence, the military at the same time continues to ensure that there is no capacity for Palestinians to confront or protect themselves. This is an intentional denial of capacity by the Israeli regime. To add to that, comes the third layer, which is the Israeli court system, which continues to engage in the legitimization and legalization of these practices through a legal framework that is designed to dispossess and displace Palestinians, and it is designed to also continue providing immunity to Israelis. When we saw Yinon Levy, an Israeli settler in Hebron, shoot a Palestinian point blank while his child was next to him and kill him, he was released the next day, and he carried out terrorizing activities against the community in which he killed the Palestinian. So this type of immunity is by design. And what we have seen consistently and continuously is, rather than cease settlement activities, Israel has been using strategic ambiguity and diplomatic spheres to perpetuate its crimes while engineering a state of debate around the issue, consistently claiming pretexts of defense, while again the facts on the grounds have shown us that in the last decades, not a single Israeli security measure has actually achieved effectively or efficiently what it claimed to want to achieve in its goals. So instead of accountability, we are seeing impunity being entrenched. The Israeli regime is not only sustaining Israeli violence, but as we see, it is encouraging it through Hebrew media, which has also been complicit in inciting against Palestinian communities and individuals. And through law, the Israeli government has adopted a series of laws in the last 5 years alone, pushing for things like the death penalty, the absorption of the West Bank into Israeli state land, and through the arming of Israeli citizens with military-grade weapons, including automatic and semi-automatic guns, and more recently, drones. And these are not just through the Israeli government, but it includes international complicity where US-based charities are actually fundraising and providing these military-grade weapons to Israeli citizens in the West Bank specifically. Again, as it has been emphasized in these chambers, and I will emphasize it again, these Israeli acts are not random, but they are organized, state-sponsored crime. And Palestinians in the West Bank are no longer wondering whether a crime will be enacted. Now it is a matter of when rather than if. And often these crimes are reported and seen as separate, but they do come together, and together the different crimes have drained Palestinians physically, psychologically, economically, and politically. And what this means is that there is no capacity to organize or even imagine a reality outside of just survival. There is a clear and evident campaign by the Israeli government to not only fracture Palestinian society, but to also punish the different segments. Here, we are seeing that even for myself as a journalist, it is becoming increasingly dangerous to continue our profession. It has become so devastating and so dangerous that wearing our press insignia has placed us in the line of danger rather than protect us. I have seen in the West Bank my peers, Palestinian journalists specifically, as well as international correspondents, not just attacked by Israeli settlers and the army, but we are being detained arbitrarily, often under no charge, no trial, and we are placed into what is more akin to torture chambers. I have seen several of our peers recently released from Israeli detention from areas like Jenin, north of the West Bank, and Ramallah in the center, come out with skin diseases and are more bone than flesh due to a systemic starvation operation being carried out by the Israeli government against Palestinians. And they are sustaining injuries that have impacted the quality of their lives long term. At the same time, we are seeing targeted attacks on Palestinian medical personnel where doctors are being intentionally detained and medics are being held up from reaching injured persons. But in the last 2 years specifically, we're seeing less injuries from the Israeli army and more of kill shots. So if you observe the medical records, and this has been well documented, a lot of the shots Palestinians are sustaining at the hands of armed Israelis and the Israeli army are to the head and to the chest. These are not intended to quote-unquote neutralize, as we have seen in Israeli English-based media, but they are intended to kill. And we need to stop sanitizing this violence, because that is what that language has done. And we have seen it repeated in these chambers, which are meant to emphasize justice. Now, what all of this means is that on the ground there is a war being waged on a community that is depleted of socioeconomic and medical capacity to, at a very bare minimum, just stay alive. We are seeing territorial continuity being dismembered, and that is not only a threat to a potential viable solution for Palestinian self-determination, but at the practical and intimate level, it is denying Palestinians access to each other. And this is dangerous, because if we approach it holistically, we see that Israel is taking measures to ensure that Palestinians do not exist as a collective population, but exist in certain controlled pockets. This is why what we see in the West Bank should not only be seen as an issue of settlements or settler violence, but as ethnic cleansing and a strategy of obliterating an entire people while replacing them real time. For decades, we Palestinians and international scholars, as well as humanitarian missions, have documented and reiterated the reality. And while I cannot brief you exhaustively in these few minutes, the Council has access to plenty of evidence to recognize and realize the reality on the ground. If the purpose here is to learn, then I believe ignorance cannot be claimed at this point. But if the purpose is to move in enforcing justice and international law, then it must begin with a conversation on accountability. Because to continue forcing Palestinians to risk their lives to document the violence enacted against them for an activity of pretend justice, then this is also exploitive and it is criminal. Today, we are at a moment of not only examining the reality of occupied Palestine, but investigating the dynamics of this very chamber that you sit in and what it means for the future. Thank you.
Gracias, señora Bargottis, por la información que nos ha entregado. Daré ahora la palabra a los miembros del Consejo que deseen formular una declaración. Doy la palabra a la delegación de China. Tiene usted la palabra.
主席女士，我感谢阿拉克巴罗夫副特别协调员埃普施坦先生和巴尔古提女士的通报。巴勒斯坦问题是中东问题的核心，关乎国际公平正义，牵动中东地区局势。当前，加沙暴力和死亡持续，约旦河西岸局势高度紧张，两国方案基础不断遭到破坏，巴勒斯坦问题解决前景面临更大挑战。国际社会必须扭转负面趋势，采取有力行动，尽快结束巴勒斯坦人民的苦难，还巴勒斯坦以公道。中方认为以下3个方面至关重要：第一，恢复加沙和平稳定。停火协议尚未带来真正的和平，以色列持续发动轰炸袭击，扩大军事占领，已经造成1000多名加沙民众死亡，平均每天都有1名儿童遇害。加沙人道危机严峻，生存物资短缺，卫生条件恶劣，200多万民众在废墟中艰难求生。历史一再证明，安全是共同的，任何国家都无法将自身的安全建立在他国的不安全之上。 任何的军事占领和施压都无助于实现持久的和平。我们呼吁有关各方，特别是以色列，全面遵守停火协议，实现加沙真正的持久停火。以色列必须履行占领方的国际人道法义务，解除人道物资准入限制，支持和保障联合国近东巴勒斯坦难民救济和工程处等人道机构开展援助。第二，平息西岸紧张局势。尽管国际社会发出强烈呼吁，西岸局势仍然日益紧张，占领方加速扩张定居点，纵容定居者暴力蚕食巴勒斯坦领土。在严苛限制打压下，西岸经济濒临崩溃，巴勒斯坦民族权力机构面临严峻财政危机。安理会第2334号决议国际法咨询意见早已明确指出，非法占领和定居点侵蚀两国方案基础，应当立即结束。侵害巴勒斯坦正当权利，破坏西岸安全稳定，只会加剧仇恨，最终反噬自身。我们敦促以色列立即停止定居点活动，遏制定居者暴力，确保对袭击事件严肃问责。以色列应解除对西岸经济的不合理限制，尽快返还待征税款，停止破坏巴勒斯坦民族权力机构治理基础。第三，全面落实两国方案。两国方案是解决巴勒斯坦问题的唯一可行出路，不容否认，不可替代。加沙和西岸都是巴勒斯坦国不可分割的组成部分，任何安排或成立新的机制，都必须坚持8人制8的原则，尊重巴勒斯坦人民的意愿，促进而不是破坏两国方案。国际社会应当进一步凝聚共识，重振两国方案前景，拒绝任何试图改变巴勒斯坦人口和领土结构的企图，反对任何破坏两国方案基础的单边行动，支持早日建立以1967年边界为基础，以东耶路撒冷为首都，享有完全主权的独立的巴勒斯坦国。主席，巴勒斯坦问题延宕几十年，解决问题的基本框架早已确立，和平的道路就在脚下，能永远持续，理解与互信终须建立。我们呼吁各方以巴勒斯坦人民幸福为重，以中东和平稳定为念，共同推动巴勒斯坦问题早日实现全面、公正、持久的解决。中方愿继续为此做出不懈努力。谢谢主席。
Doy las gracias al representante de China por su declaración y concedo ahora la palabra a la representante de Grecia.
Deputy Special Coordinator Ramis Al-Akbarov for his briefing, as well as Mr. Itai Epstein and Ms. Mariam Barghoutis for their remarks. Madam President, Greece was an early supporter of the comprehensive plan for Gaza, subsequently enshrined in Security Council Resolution 2803. The first phase of the plan marked a welcome step forward with early positive results. What is needed now is collective determination to translate progress into lasting impact. As ASG Tom Fletcher reminded us only days ago, the humanitarian reality on the ground remains catastrophic. We note, alongside Mr. Al-Akbar, the visit of the Greek Orthodox Patriarch and Latin Patriarch to the Strip, a small ray of hope amidst an unimaginable difficult reality. While some progress has been achieved, the gap between needs and delivery remains wide and deeply concerning. Aid entering Gaza, including food of high nutritional value, is insufficient. Restrictions on critical dual-use equipment continue to impede relief efforts. Housing, medical evacuations, and healthcare services have yet to reach the levels required to address the immense needs of the civilian population. We call for the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid at scale, as well as for the opening of additional crossings across the Strip. Hamas and all armed groups must urgently and fully disarm, and we support Mr. Mladenov's sustained efforts towards this goal. At the same time, it is critical to implement early recovery projects in the entire Gaza Strip. Greece is ready to take part in discussions regarding the Horizon Fund so as to ensure a coordinated, transparent, and impactful recovery effort in close coordination with the Palestinian Authority. We look forward to the Palestine Donor Group meeting in Brussels in a few weeks. We anticipate the NCAC's timely statement, as well as the deployment of the vetted Palestinian police forces and of the International Stabilization Force in Gaza. Despite operating in extraordinary dangerous conditions, humanitarian workers continue to deliver life-saving assistance. Their work deserves the fullest protection and unwavering support in accordance with the international humanitarian law. They must never be targeted, and accountability must be ensured in all circumstances. Madam President, as our Foreign Minister has stressed, Gaza and the West Bank form a single, indivisible territorial unit of a future Palestine state. We categorically oppose any plans to expand control over or annex parts of the West Bank. The evacuation orders in Al-Ahmar, the Land Registry and Settlement of Rights Initiative, the Antiquities Bill, construction plans in the E1 area, as well as demolitions and evictions in East Jerusalem, particularly in Silwan, are all indicative of an explicit vision of annexation. Equally, the protection of historical, archaeological, or religious heritage cannot become a pretext for large-scale land appropriation. We call for an immediate reversal of these trends. They run counter to international law, contrary to Resolution 2334, and steadily erode the foundations upon which a negotiated settlement toward the two-state solution must be built. Of equal concern is the sharp and unprecedented rise in settler violence targeting Palestinians, including Christian communities. Responding to the severity of such violence, the EU recently sanctioned extremists responsible for human rights abuses in the West Bank. While we take note of Israel's recent statements aimed at curbing settler violence, words must be matched with accountability, consistent investigations, and follow-up on the implementation of those decisions. Furthermore, we reiterate our call for unhindered access, the preservation of, and respect of the status quo of the holy sites in Jerusalem, an issue of profound importance for interfaith coexistence. Madam President, the stabilization of the West Bank also requires the release of withheld Palestinian tax revenues. This is a prerequisite for reform, institutional resilience, and the preservation of the Palestinian Authority's fiscal capacity. We acknowledge and encourage the Palestinian Authority's ongoing reform efforts under very difficult circumstances, including the recent announcement of presidential elections in 2027 and amendments concerning parliamentary elections in the occupied Palestinian territories. An empowered and reformed Palestinian Authority will be a credible partner for peace. In closing, as we are approaching the first commemoration of the New York Declaration, The moment calls for renewed political courage and a reinvigorated diplomatic effort. We must restore a credible political horizon for the Palestinian people and advance a meaningful political process leading to a two-state solution in line with the relevant Security Council resolutions. I thank you.
Doy las gracias a la representante de Grecia por su alocución. Para darle la palabra ahora a la representante de Dinamarca. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank Deputy Special Coordinator Alak Barrow, Mr. Epstein, and Ms. Baguti for their briefings. For years, the situation in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, has been steadily deteriorating. The developments on the ground are not new, but the speed with which conditions are worsening has been accelerated. The developments have been documented repeatedly before this Council, including through the SG's quarterly reports on the implementation of Resolution 2334. The Council also had the opportunity to discuss these developments during the ARIA meeting held on the West Bank last month. Allow me to highlight a few of the most concerning developments. We are currently witnessing all-time high levels of settler violence against Palestinians. The stories we hear from the ground are brutal, as we have also heard from our briefers today. And civilians are being displaced from their communities as a consequence. Reports of Israeli authorities failing to prevent or hold perpetrators to account are deeply alarming. And recently, a 7-month-old Palestinian infant was killed in Hebron by Israeli defense forces. This incident is not only deeply tragic, but also a clear reminder of the devastating human costs that the civilians in the West Bank are paying. At the same time, settlement expansion is advancing at an alarming pace. Particularly concerning is the advancement of plans to establish settlements in the E1 area east of Jerusalem, where evacuation orders for the Bedouin community of Khan al-Ahmar have now been issued. If implemented, the E1 plan would cut the West Bank in two and compromise the territorial contiguity of a future Palestinian state, as well as hamper the prospects of a two-state solution. Denmark is equally concerned by the reports of expected establishment of the first permanent Israeli military presence in Area A, an area that under the Oslo Accords fall under Palestinian civil and security control. We are also deeply concerned by demolition and eviction orders in East Jerusalem, including the Silwan neighborhood, that continue to threaten Palestinian communities and alter the demographic character of the city. Meanwhile, the Palestinian authorities face a severe financial crisis, not least due to the withholding of Palestinian tax revenues that Israel collects on behalf of the Palestinian Authority. The consequences are not least being felt in the Palestinian health sector that is struggling to provide the basic assistance due to lack of resources. An effective and reformed Palestinian Authority remains essential for stability, governance, and the prospect for peace. Israel's restrictions on international NGOs operating in the occupied Palestinian territory and the unlawful demolition of UNRWA's headquarters further undermines stability and access to basic services for Palestinians. Taken together, these developments are not isolated incidents. They amount to a systematic consolidation of Israeli control across the occupied West Bank. They change realities on the ground, alter the map, and heighten the risk of annexation. This trajectory must be reversed. All settlement expansions must be halted immediately, and any attempt at de facto annexation prevented. We reiterate that Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal under international law. Accountability for settler violence must be ensured, and we call on Israeli authorities to hold perpetrators to account. With strong Danish support, the European Union has introduced sanctions against extremist Israeli settlers and organizations responsible for serious and systematic human rights abuses against Palestinians. Security Council Resolution 2334 must be fully implemented. Palestinian tax revenues must be transferred without delay, and the Palestinian Authority must continue its reform efforts. In this regard, Denmark welcomes the announcement to hold presidential elections. Madam President, Denmark's position is clear. Israel's legitimate security concerns must be ensured, but crushing all possibilities for a Palestinian state through illegal settlements, settler violence, and financial suffocation is not an acceptable way forward. Lasting security cannot be separated from the two-state solution as chartered in the New York Declaration. It remains the only viable option for long-term peace and security. I thank you.
Doy las gracias a la representante de Dinamarca por su intervención y para conceder la palabra al representante de República Democrática del Congo. Tiene usted la palabra.
Madame la Présidente, la République démocratique du Congo vous remercie de la convocation de cette réunion et exprime sa gratitude au secrétaire général adjoint par intérim et coordonnateur résident du bureau du coordonnateur spécial des Nations Unies pour le processus de paix au Moyen-Orient, M. Ramiz Al-Akbarov, ainsi qu'aux représentants de la société civile pour leurs exposés. La République démocratique du Congo demeure profondément préoccupée par la détérioration persistante de la situation dans les territoires palestiniens occupés, notamment en Cisjordanie, y compris à Jérusalem-Est, ainsi que par la fragilité du cessez-le-feu dans la bande de Gaza. Nous condamnons toute violence dirigée contre les populations civiles. La protection des civils doit demeurer une priorité absolue, conformément au droit international humanitaire et au droit international des droits de l'homme. Ma délégation est particulièrement préoccupée par la recrudescence des violences, les déplacements forcés des communautés ainsi que les démolitions d'habitations. À cet égard, nous rappelons l'importance de la pleine mise en œuvre des résolutions pertinentes du Conseil de sécurité, notamment la résolution 2334-2016, ainsi que du respect des obligations découlant du droit international. S'agissant de Gaza, la République démocratique du Congo prend note des efforts déployés en vue de préserver le cessez-le-feu et encourage toutes les parties à faire preuve de retenue afin d'éviter toute reprise des hostilités à grande échelle. Nous appelons au respect des engagements pris dans le cadre des accords existants, ainsi qu'à la poursuite des efforts diplomatiques visant à instaurer une paix durable. Nous demeurons également préoccupés par la situation humanitaire qui continue d'affecter durement les populations civiles. Comme nous l'avions souligné dans notre déclaration du 18 juin 2026, la République démocratique du Congo appelle à un accès humanitaire sûr, rapide, durable et sans entrave, afin que l'aide puisse parvenir à toutes les personnes dans le besoin. Nous saluons les efforts déployés par les Nations Unies et les organisations humanitaires qui poursuivent leur action dans des conditions particulièrement difficiles. La République démocratique du Congo souligne également l'importance d'un soutien international accru pour répondre aux besoins humanitaires des populations civiles affectées, soutien qui contribuera à la création de conditions propices à une paix durable, à la stabilité régionale et à la prise en compte des préoccupations légitimes de sécurité de toutes les parties. Madame la Présidente, la République démocratique du Congo demeure convaincue qu'il ne saurait y avoir de solution militaire à ce conflit. Seul un processus politique crédible, fondé sur le droit international, les résolutions pertinentes des Nations Unies, permettra de parvenir à une paix juste, globale et durable. À cet égard, nous réaffirmons notre soutien aux efforts du secrétaire général des Nations Unies, ainsi qu'à toutes les initiatives régionales et internationales susceptibles de favoriser la reprise d'un véritable processus politique dans la paix et la sécurité. Je vous remercie.
Gracias al representante de República Democrática del Congo por su declaración. Para conceder la palabra a representante de Estados Unidos. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I thank you. I thank our briefers for their comments, and I'd like to begin my remarks today in talking about a young girl in Deir al-Balah. UNICEF calls her Masa. After 2 years of war, she recently walked into a temporary school. In that school, she received a bag with a notebook, a pen, an eraser, a ruler, pencils, coloring pens. And that one bag of school supplies, seemingly small and without import, but I think it's a very loud reminder that life is starting again in Gaza. And colleagues, we continue to have a choice on this council and in the international community if we want children like Masa to inherit a new generation of classrooms, if we want her to have a brighter future, or will she inherit more tunnels, more rockets, more bombs, more war? Will she and her brothers be made to carry arms for Hamas, to hate their neighbors? Is that what they're going to be taught in school with those new school supplies? Or will they be allowed to learn basic reading, writing, and arithmetic and have a dream of a better future? We must turn this ceasefire, as imperfect as it is, many nights, into a lasting peace, or Hamas can continue to drag the region back into a cycle of violence. But as we've said here month after month, Hamas cannot remain armed. That's the end of story, period. Hamas's demilitarization is at the heart of President Trump's peace plan, which was endorsed by this council in Resolution 2803. I want to thank the mediators, particularly Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar, for their ongoing efforts. Negotiations are happening as we speak to convince Hamas that there is no armed future in its terroristic ruling of Gaza, and that the only way the peace plan will move forward is if they disarm. And I have to admit, as an aside, domestically here in the United States, I did not think I would see former Secretary Hillary Clinton's endorsement of this peace plan, which she recently endorsed in an op-ed as the only viable option forward for any kind of peaceful future for Gaza. She called President Trump's Gaza plan the, quote, only game in town. And she agreed that it all starts with Hamas disarming. As we all know, they started this war with the October 7th massacre. They've hidden behind civilians. They've abused schools and hospitals. They've stolen and blocked aid. They've turned literally years worth and hundreds of kilometers worth of concrete, fuel, generators, international aid that should have been used to rebuild Gaza into the most sophisticated military tunnel network the world has seen in recent memory, and kept the people of Gaza and Hamas's hostages shackled from below. So demilitarization must include the irreversible destruction of all military terror and offensive infrastructure, including tunnels and weapon production facilities. Demilitarization should be carried out through a phased, internationally verified process, which the High Commissioner has laid out before this council. But let's not kid ourselves. They do not get to negotiate. Hamas does not get to negotiate its way into keeping a terrorist army. And I think it's worth highlighting some of the recent UN reporting, which frankly has not often been objective, but in this case, surprisingly, the UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry examined the killings and acts of bodily and mental harm and documented Hamas-affiliated forces committing serious abuses against Palestinians in Gaza, framing some as war crimes. The Commission identified hundreds of individual cases of executions, severe physical violence by Palestinian armed groups, again, primarily Hamas-affiliated, in Gaza between 2024 and this year, 2026. The acts included summary extrajudicial executions, kneecapping, which is bone breaking with metal pipes or cement bricks, beatings, maimings, rape, torture. Some involved public executions. They specifically highlighted 2 incidents killing 11 men and publicly torturing Palestinians in places like the Nasser Medical Complex. Many of these punishments were made public in an effort to terrorize the population of Hamas, and crowds were made to watch the executions, including children. According to the report, these acts amount to war crimes, murder, and torture. Unfortunately, aside from this report, I've been monitoring the comments today. I haven't heard any mention of it today. I haven't heard any mention of it in mainstream media in the United States, and barely a mention abroad. Separately, just this past week, as Gazans and Palestinians protested Hamas's, according to the UN, war crimes, public executions, torture, they were subject to an intimidation campaign by Hamas. Hundreds still turned out to protest this rule. Easily would have been thousands, but this industrial scale campaign of terror, intimidation, interrogation, and blackmail against thousands of Gazans that we just saw unfold over the last few weeks, again, as they were planning to demonstrate against Hamas's rule, its violent authoritarian rule. Families were threatened, people were placed under house arrest. The Al-Qassam brigades, again, the same ones responsible for October 7th, were fully mobilized, using hospitals, using schools as police stations. Barely a mention. And as for the UN and many major NGOs, silence. I barely saw coverage of the people of Gaza once again, having the courage to rise up against this abuse. Colleagues, just a few more things by way of update. We now have, for the International Stabilization Force, again, authorized by 2803, Morocco, Kosovo, Albania, boots are on the ground, some are being deployed, and we have now Egypt and Jordan training the first recruits for a new Palestinian police force. The UAE, thank you, has committed $100 million for continued training. So the progress is never as quickly or more robust as any of us would like to see. Again, I did not think I would be quoting former Secretary of State Clinton here, but I haven't heard of a better plan coming from the UN or many other member states. I appreciate the support we've received in this council for this effort. We have a long way to go. The ongoing meetings with the NCAG, the new governance authority, those are happening as we speak. Those plans, those governing plans, from education to housing to the restoration of services, are being fleshed out as we speak. I thank the donor countries and the partners on the Board of Peace, including the Office of the High Representative, for their efforts to build on the progress and to increase the delivery of services that the people deserve. So, colleagues, I'll just conclude by saying we as an international community must continue to stand against this type of terror. We must use this platform of this council to call it out when it's happening. But I have to ask, how much longer are we going to accept terrorists murdering Palestinians in Gaza, stealing their aid, hiding behind their children, and refusing to give up the weapons in an agreement that they agreed to that keep Gaza trapped in misery? From the perspective of the United States, absolutely not, and no more. I thank you, colleagues.
Doy las gracias al representante de Estados Unidos por su intervención y concedo la palabra ahora al representante de Panamá. Tiene usted la palabra.
Gracias, señora Presidente. Panamá agradece las exposiciones del Coordinador Especial para el Proceso de Paz del Oriente Medio, Ramiz Al-Akbarov, y toma nota del más reciente informe del Secretario General sobre la Resolución 2334 del 2016, la cual continúa siendo tan vigente como pendiente de plena implementación. Agradecemos también las exposiciones del señor Ramiz Epstein, asesor especial y consultor del Consejo Noruego para Refugiados, y de la señora Marian Barghoutis, periodista y analista política. Lejos de preservarse las condiciones necesarias para una solución política negociada, continúan produciéndose transformaciones progresivas de la realidad territorial, administrativa y demográfica del territorio palestino. Panamá observa con especial preocupación la aprobación de nuevos asentamientos en Cisjordania, las medidas orientadas a consolidar el control administrativo sobre el área C y el área E1, las demoliciones y el desplazamiento de comunidades palestinas con la consecuente afectación a la fibra social. Rechazamos siempre la persistencia del uso excesivo de la fuerza, la violencia contra la población civil, incluidos los actos de terrorismo y toda conducta incompatible con el derecho internacional, incluido el derecho internacional humanitario y el derecho internacional de los derechos humanos. La protección de la población civil es y debe seguir siendo una obligación que incumbe a todas las partes sin excepción. La persistencia de estas dinámicas también repercute en la capacidad de la autoridad palestina para ejercer una gobernanza efectiva. Su delicada situación financiera continúa limitando la prestación de servicios esenciales y debilita un componente indispensable para preservar un horizonte político creíble y viable. Reiteramos el llamado a evitar toda medida y acción unilateral que pueda agravar las tensiones sobre el terreno y dificultar los esfuerzos encaminados a alcanzar una paz justa, duradera y sostenible. Señora Presidente, la situación en Gaza tampoco puede analizarse de manera aislada de estos acontecimientos que ocurren en Cisjordania. 8 meses después del establecimiento del alto al fuego, la población continúa enfrentando enormes desafíos para reconstruir condiciones mínimas de vida digna. Persisten importantes limitaciones para la recuperación de servicios esenciales, mientras miles de familias siguen padeciendo las consecuencias de la destrucción acumulada. El impacto que esta realidad continúa teniendo sobre niños y jóvenes, cuyo acceso a la educación, la salud y condiciones adecuadas de desarrollo permanece gravemente afectada. Alentamos a preservar el alto al fuego y avanzar en la plena implementación de la Resolución 2803 de 2025, la cual constituye una hoja de ruta conveniente para evitar un deterioro de la situación. Panamá reitera su respaldo y apoyo a la labor que continúa desempeñando el sistema de las Naciones Unidas, sus agencias, junto con las organizaciones humanitarias internacionales y locales, tanto en la asistencia a la población civil como en el acompañamiento de los esfuerzos dirigidos a preservar la estabilidad y sentar las bases para la recuperación y la paz. Su labor debe poder desarrollarse con seguridad, independencia y pleno respeto del derecho internacional, incluido el derecho internacional humanitario. Por ello, insistimos en el llamado a garantizar la protección del personal humanitario, así como de sus instalaciones y bienes, y facilitar un acceso pleno, seguro, rápido y sin trabas de la vital asistencia humanitaria a quienes la necesitan. Señora Presidente, Gaza y Cisjordania forman parte de una misma entidad política y territorial. La estabilidad de una depende inevitablemente de la otra. Por ello, cualquier esfuerzo encaminado hacia una paz duradera deberá abordar ambos territorios de manera integral, preservando su continuidad territorial, fortaleciendo a una autoridad palestina reformada y evitando medidas unilaterales que continúen alejando las perspectivas de una solución política negociada que permita a israelíes y palestinos vivir en paz, seguridad y dignidad. La plena implementación de la Resolución 2334 de 2016 y otras sigue siendo indispensable para preservar las condiciones que hagan posible ese objetivo común. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco al delegado de Panamá por su alocución y conceder la palabra ahora al Reino Unido. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you, President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Al-Akbarov, Mr. Epstein, and Ms. Barghouti for their powerful briefings today. President, the United Kingdom is clear that a two-state solution remains the best way to bring lasting peace to the region and end the cycle of violence that has scarred generations of Palestinians and Israelis. As we've said numerous times in this Council, the implementation of President Trump's comprehensive peace plan, endorsed by Resolution 2803, is an important step forward towards ending that violence. Both sides must meet their commitments, with Israel removing restrictions on humanitarian aid and Hamas decommissioning its weapons. Today, we focus on the West Bank, where Israel's policies are eroding the prospects for peaceful coexistence, and I will highlight three areas. First, settlement expansion continues in violation of Resolution 2334, including the E1 project that aims to cut the West Bank in half and separate East Jerusalem. This is accompanied by demolitions, evictions, and the displacement of Palestinian communities. In early June, we saw the approval of over 2,000 settlement housing units across the West Bank, bringing the total approved this year to over 6,000. On June 24, Israel declared another 465 dunams of private Palestinian land as state land to make way for a settlement outpost. My Prime Minister has been clear that we categorically oppose expansion of settlements which are a violation of international law. We join this Council in rejecting any attempt at annexation. Second, as we've heard today from the briefers, violence and lawlessness on the ground remain alarming. According to the UN, there have been an average of 6 attacks every day against Palestinians in the West Bank since the start of 2026. The Secretary-General's recent report highlighted the staggering rise in attacks by settlers on Palestinian children, reportedly often supported by Israeli security forces. On 17 June, extremist settlers launched arson attacks on 2 mosques. These are not isolated incidents, but coordinated attacks on civilians, livelihoods, and religious sites facilitated by a culture of impunity. The government of Israel must uphold its obligations under international law and take urgent steps to halt this violence and hold those responsible accountable. The UK, alongside partners, has imposed sanctions on individuals and entities that finance and enable settler violence. And as my Foreign Secretary has made clear, we stand ready to take further action if the government of Israel does not take urgent steps to address the situation on the ground. Third, economic conditions in the West Bank are deteriorating sharply. Israel has withheld over $5 billion of Palestinian revenues, placing severe strain on the Palestinian Authority and its ability to sustain essential services, particularly healthcare and medical supplies. The government of Israel also continues to attack and undermine Palestinian financial institutions, which risks undermining economic stability more broadly, with consequences for livelihoods and regional stability. So, President, to return to where I started, this Council has given its support to the Comprehensive Peace Plan for Gaza. We cannot allow progress towards peace to be undermined by this deeply concerning trajectory in the West Bank. We must redouble efforts to stabilise the West Bank and inject renewed momentum into implementation of Resolution 2803 in Gaza. Both Israel and Hamas must meet their commitments. These are essential steps towards a just and lasting peace in which Israelis and Palestinians can live in security and dignity. I thank you.
Le gracias al representante del Reino Unido por su declaración y ahora concedo la palabra al representante de Liberia. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. We join in thanking the briefers. For 10 years, Resolution 2334 has stood as the legal foundation of our collective commitment to a two-state solution. Yet, the data before us shows accountability too often being replaced by the passive recording of facts that increasingly resemble de facto annexation. True stability is not the freezing of conflict. It is the presence of justice, security, and viable governance. Madam President, the expansion of the E1 project is not a simple zoning dispute. It is a structural amputation. By severing territorial contiguity between the northern and southern West Bank, it risks constructing a physical veto over the two-state solution. Borders cannot be rewritten by concrete while this council deliberates in abstractions. As settlements expand and Palestinian communities face displacement, the territorial foundations of a viable Palestinian state are steadily eroded. International humanitarian law is clear. Occupation cannot confer sovereignty or validate irreversible changes to occupied territory. One of the briefers highlighted this point even more clearly. If the geographic integrity envisioned by Resolution 2334 disappears incrementally, the prospect of a negotiated two-state solution will recede with it, to the detriment of both Palestinians and Israeli security. Liberia is equally clear, Madam President, that these developments cannot be viewed apart from the broader security environment. We unequivocally condemn terrorist attacks, hostage-taking, indiscriminate rocket fire, settler violence, and all attacks against civilians. Israelis have the right to live in security, just as Palestinians have the right to live in dignity, freedom, and hope. These objectives, to us, are not mutually exclusive. They are mutually dependent. Madam President, Liberia speaks from the treasure of our own painful national experience. We know what happens when a nation is fractured from within, and when lines on a map cease to reflect lived reality. A ceasefire may pause suffering, but only legitimate institutions, territorial integrity, and public confidence can preserve peace. Members of this council may differ on sequence. Some emphasize Israel's security. Others stress ending the occupation and preserving Palestinian statehood. These priorities need not compete. Security without a credible political horizon will remain fragile. A political horizon without security will remain unattainable. Liberia, therefore, stands on the side of international humanitarian law. We support the Palestinian Authority reassuming its legitimate, unhindered responsibilities across Gaza and the West Bank, backed by urgent revitalization rooted in legitimacy, accountability, service delivery, administrative and security capacity, which also must include freedom of movement and sustained international support. Madam President, to bridge divisions in this chamber and preserve the framework for peace, Liberia calls on this council to unite behind three practical imperatives. First, future reporting on Resolution 2334 should assess whether developments preserve or undermine the territorial contiguity necessary for a viable two-state solution. Second, we encourage greater transparency in investigations, prosecution, and accountability measures for attacks against civilians, including settler violence, terrorism, hostage-taking, and violations by any actor. Accountability reinforces confidence that international law applies equally to all. Third, the international community should strengthen a revitalized Palestinian Authority capable of exercising legitimate responsibilities across Gaza and the West Bank, while supporting renewed political engagement between the parties. Madam President, the progressive erosion of a contiguous Palestinian state does not merely prolong suffering. It jeopardizes the broader framework for regional peace. Sustainable regional integration cannot rest upon unresolved occupation, territorial fragmentation, and recurring violence. Lasting security depends upon a just political settlement that gives both peoples confidence that peace is durable, lawful, and mutually beneficial. We conclude, Madam President, with one uncomfortable truth. Every road toward regional peace passes through a viable political horizon for both Israelis and Palestinians. A divided map can never yield a united peace. Resolution 2334 was adopted to preserve the conditions for a negotiated two-state solution. Therefore, history will judge this council by whether it acted before the conditions envisaged in 2334 became impossible to restore, let alone implement. I thank you for your kind attention.
Gracias al representante de Liberia por su declaración y concedo ahora la palabra al representante de Somalia. Tiene usted la palabra.
Madam President, I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Al-Akbarov and Mr. Epstein and Ms. Barghouti for their sobering briefing. Nearly 10 years after the adoption of Resolution 2334, the findings contained in the Secretary General's report are deeply alarming. Instead of a halt to settlement activity, we continue to witness its acceleration. Instead of preserving the viability of the two-state solution, we are witnessing systematic measures to undermine it. Instead of de-escalation, we are witnessing increasing violence, dispossession, displacement, humanitarian restriction, and above all, the entrenchment of an unlawful occupation. These actions are not isolated developments. They form part of the broader pattern that seeks to alter the demographic and geographic character of the occupied Palestinian territory and to create irreversible facts on the ground. Somalia reiterates that all Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, are illegal under international law and constitute a flagrant violation of Security Council Resolution 2334. We reject all measures aimed at the annexation, settlement expansion, demographic re-engineering, and any attempt to alter the legal and historical status of the occupied Palestinian territory. Madam President, as we heard, there is an unprecedented level of violence in the occupied West Bank. We are especially concerned by the sharp increase in settler violence and the expansion of military operations against Palestinian civilians. A few weeks ago, Israeli troops opened fire on a car near Hebron in the occupied West Bank, killing 7-month-old Sam Fahad Abu Haykal with a bullet to the face and leaving his mother in critical condition with shrapnel near her heart. Baby Sam's grandmother, Faryal Abu Haykal, who was also in the car, later described, and I quote, "The scene was horrific to see a 7-month-old baby with a smashed face. What kind of army in the world does this?" End of quote. These violations must be investigated and hold perpetrators accountable. We reiterate our rejection of collective punishment against Palestinian civilians, in particular children and women. Somalia recalls that occupying power bears clear responsibilities under international humanitarian law, including the obligation to protect civilians under occupation. Madam President, the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and the deterioration in the West Bank are not separate crises. We call for an immediate, safe, and unhindered humanitarian access. And we further call for the lifting of the economic restrictions imposed by Israel, as well as the release of the billions of Palestinians' tax revenues withheld. The culture of impunity surrounding these violations continue to fuel instability and further erode prospects for peace. There can be no sustainable peace without ending the occupation. There can be no lasting stability while settlement expansions continue unchecked. And above all, there can be no credible political horizon while the viability of the two-state solution is systematically undermined, including the unification of Gaza and West Bank under single Palestinian Authority. The continued failure to implement Resolution 2334 cannot become the status quo. we recall the findings of the International Court of Justice that Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful, and that all states have an obligation to refrain from recognizing any situation created from this unlawful presence. To conclude, Madam President, Somalia reiterates its support for the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination and to an independent and sovereign state of Palestine based on the pre-1967 borders with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. The authority and the credibility of this Council depend on the consistent implementation of its resolutions, including the recently adopted Resolution 2803. Resolutions adopted by this Council cannot be treated as optional, nor can violations of international law be allowed to continue without consequences. The Palestinian people deserve freedom, dignity, and self-determination. The region deserves peace. I thank you.
Doy la gracia al representante de Somalia por su alocución. Para ceder la palabra ahora al representante de Francia. Tiene usted la palabra.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie le coordonnateur spécial adjoint, M. Ramiz Al-Akbarov, ainsi que les représentants de la société civile, le Dr Itai Epstein et Mme Marianne Barghouti, pour leurs exposés clairs, précis et tout à fait éclairants. Voici quelques jours, le Conseil se réunissait pour traiter de la situation humanitaire à Gaza, et c'était l'occasion pour ma délégation de rappeler, entre autres, notre exigence d'un désarmement du Hamas qui ne saurait avoir de place dans la gouvernance de Gaza et au respect par Israël de ses propres obligations au regard de la résolution 2803. Mais aujourd'hui, c'est pour examiner la mise en œuvre de la résolution 2334 adoptée il y a 10 ans que se réunit notre Conseil. Cette résolution 2334, elle est claire. La création par Israël de colonies de peuplement dans le territoire palestinien occupé depuis 1967, y compris Jérusalem-Est, n'a aucun fondement en droit. Elle constitue une violation flagrante du droit international et un obstacle majeur à la solution à deux États. Israël doit cesser immédiatement et complètement toute activité de colonisation. Pourtant, 10 ans après son adoption, les tendances que cette résolution entendait enrayer se sont poursuivies et même accélérées à un rythme sans précédent. Israël engage une dynamique d'annexion de facto de territoires palestiniens occupés et un déplacement forcé de leur population. Nous nous y opposons fermement. Madame la Présidente, 4 tendances apparaissent préoccupantes. La première, c'est l'accélération de la colonisation et l'avancement du projet E1. Sa mise en œuvre couperait la Cisjordanie en deux et porterait un coup irréversible à la continuité territoriale de l'État palestinien et à son intégrité. Les entreprises doivent être conscientes des risques juridiques, économiques et réputationnels d'une participation à la construction de tels projets, dont le risque de se placer en violation du droit international. Deuxièmement, l'intensification des violences de colons dans un climat d'impunité. Ces attaques visent à déplacer les Palestiniens, détruire leurs biens et accélérer la colonisation. Israël, en tant que puissance occupante, a l'obligation de protéger la population civile palestinienne et de traduire les auteurs en justice. Troisièmement, l'encouragement de ces actes par la rhétorique et les initiatives de responsables israéliens, à l'image du ministre Smotrich, qui promeut l'annexion de la Cisjordanie, l'expansion des colonies, la recolonisation de Gaza et l'effondrement de l'autorité palestinienne. Cette conduite est irresponsable et incompatible avec les perspectives d'une paix durable. Quatrièmement et enfin, l'affaiblissement délibéré par Israël de l'autorité palestinienne. La retenue de 5 milliards de dollars de recettes fiscales fragilise ces institutions qui doivent au contraire être renforcées et légitimées. Une autorité palestinienne viable, réformée et capable d'exercer pleinement ses responsabilités demeure indispensable à toute perspective politique crédible. Madame la Présidente, la résolution 2334 appelle à prendre des mesures pour inverser les tendances négatives sur le terrain et pour préserver la possibilité d'une solution à deux États. La France y œuvre concrètement. Au niveau européen, avec ses partenaires, elle a adopté de nouvelles sanctions contre les responsables de la colonisation violente. La France se tient prête à soutenir de nouvelles propositions si ces agissements se poursuivaient. Elle est mobilisée au sein de l'Union européenne pour renforcer la politique de différenciation et les restrictions applicables aux produits issus des colonies, conformément à la résolution 2334 et à l'avis consultatif de la Cour internationale de justice de juillet 24. À titre national, nous avons interdit l'accès de notre territoire aux ministres Ben-Gvir et Smotrich et à plusieurs colons violents. Nous sommes prêts à prendre de nouvelles mesures si nécessaire. Madame la Présidente, enfin, la situation en Cisjordanie ne peut être dissociée de celle de Gaza, tous deux parties intégrantes de la Palestine. La dynamique d'annexion et le blocage de l'aide humanitaire compromettent les avancées permises par l'accord de cessez-le-feu, le plan de paix, la résolution 2803 et la déclaration de New York. Ils nourrissent la catastrophe humanitaire, l'instabilité régionale et menacent la sécurité même d'Israël. Nous appelons à la pleine mise en œuvre de la résolution 2803, c'est-à-dire, je le répète, entre autres, au désarmement du Hamas et au retrait d'Israël de Gaza. Les développements sur le terrain ne doivent pas conduire ce Conseil à renoncer à l'objectif politique. Au contraire, ils rendent plus urgente notre mobilisation collective pour préserver la solution à deux États et garantir les droits légitimes du peuple palestinien comme la sécurité d'Israël, conformément à la déclaration de New York, et la France continuera d'œuvrer dans ce sens. Je vous remercie.
Representante de Francia por su declaración. Y ahora concedo la palabra a la representante de Letonia. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you, Madam President. I thank Deputy Special Coordinator Ramiz Alakbarov for his briefing and the CSO representatives Ita Epstein and Mariam Barghoutis for their informative contributions. The Secretary General's quarterly report on the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2334 vividly depicts a bleak picture. The human rights, humanitarian and security situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, continues to severely deteriorate. Israel's accelerating settlement expansion, including in the E1 area, coupled with entrenchment of its civil authority and administrative control, deliberately fragments the West Bank and undermines the viability of the two-state solution. Increasingly, Palestinian families are forcefully and lawfully evicted from their homes, properties being demolished to make way for new settlements, which are illegal under international law, and for settlement outposts, which are also illegal under Israeli law. The annexation narrative, as well as the glorification of violence expressed by some leaders and government officials, are unacceptable. They additionally create breeding ground for extremism and greater polarization. At today's briefing, we heard once again the devastating toll of Palestinian civilians. These are not just numbers, and every life lost, whether Palestinian or Israeli, represents a human tragedy, leaving behind families and communities burdened by immense suffering, grief, and loss. Across the West Bank, expanded checkpoints and roadblocks continue to make it increasingly difficult for the Palestinians to access their workplaces and basic services, including schools and hospitals. And it is unacceptable that humanitarian aid workers and life-saving services on multiple occasions have been hindered from reaching those in need. And we have witnessed deeply alarming access restrictions to the holy sites in Jerusalem during Ramadan, Passover, and Easter, the expropriation of land containing places of worship, and the recent arson attacks targeting mosques north of Ramallah. Israel has to respect historic status quo arrangements governing the holy sites in Jerusalem, and protection of safety of all religious communities must be ensured. We strongly condemn violent settlers' attacks and forcible displacement and annexation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and we call on Israel to ensure accountability for the committed assaults and killings, stop the settlement policy, fully respect all of its legal obligations and prior commitments, and abide by international law and Security Council resolutions, including Resolution 2334. Madam President, a just and lasting peace requires that Gaza and West Bank be treated as one unified entity, governed in the future by a single, legitimate and reformed Palestinian Authority. The measures applied to prolong Palestinian Authority's fiscal crisis and destabilize the Palestinian economy are deeply concerning. And we call on Israel to ensure that the Palestinian banking sector can operate unobstructed and to release withheld tax revenues for the Palestinian Authority to be able to meet its budgetary obligations, pay public sector salaries and provide essential services. At the same time, the Palestinian Authority must take responsibility for fulfilling its commitments it has undertaken and continue comprehensive institutional and societal reform agenda, addressing radicalization while ensuring safe and dignified living conditions for Palestinians. We commend the Board of Peace and the mediators for their efforts in advancing the implementation of the comprehensive peace plan put forward by President Trump and endorsed by the Security Council in the Resolution 2803. All parties must abide by the commitments they have made. In order to end the harm to the people of Gaza and any further security threats to Israel, Hamas and other non-state armed groups must accept the roadmap for monitored, verified disarmament and relinquish power. There can be no sustainable peace or stability while armed groups continue to operate outside legitimate governance structures and pursue violence as a political tool. The Gaza ceasefire must be fully respected, and the so-called yellow line demarcation must be pulled back to where it was upon reaching the ceasefire agreement. And deployment of the ISF and Palestinian police and early recovery of Gaza through the work of NCAG are much awaited. Unimpeded humanitarian access at scale must be ensured to the civilian population in Gaza urgently and unconditionally in accordance with international humanitarian law. And finally, Madam President, a political solution encompassing Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is the only way to sustain peace based on the two-state solution as defined by the Security Council resolutions and the New York Declaration. Addressing the security and the legitimate aspirations of both Israelis and Palestinians requires renewed momentum in the implementation of the comprehensive plan and genuine engagement by all parties. And Latvia reaffirms its commitment to the shared objective. I thank you.
Su intervención y quiero conceder ahora la palabra a la Federación de Rusia. Tiene usted la palabra.
Госпожа председатель, признательна заместителю спецкоординатора ООН по Ближневосточному мирному процессу Рамизу Алакбарову за подробные оценки положения дел на оккупированной палестинской территории в контексте выполнения резолюции СБ 2334. Внимательно ознакомились с письменным докладом Генсекретаря на этот счет. Внимательно выслушали представителей гражданского общества. К сожалению, услышанное не дает нам поводов для оптимизма. Израильские власти последовательно проводят политику усиления своего административного и правового контроля. Темпы и масштабы строительства и расширения поселений давно побили все рекорды. Приняты беспрецедентные решения о застройке зоны Е1 и пересмотре правового статуса районов А и Б в нарушение договоренностей Осло. Тем самым создаются необратимые реалии на земле и сокращаются территории под контролем палестинцев. Позиция России однозначна. Израильские поселения на западном берегу носят незаконный характер, и вся поселенческая активность на ОПТ должна быть немедленно прекращена Израилем. Мы уже привыкли к отчетам, подтверждающим мрачную реальность. Принятая в этом зале 9,5 лет назад резолюция 2334 не только не соблюдается, но и открыто нарушается. Однако невозможно привыкнуть к проявлениям насилия на западном берегу реки Иордан, принимающим порой самые ужасающие формы. Невозможно без слез смотреть на фотографии счастливых родителей, держащих на руках улыбающегося 7-месячного малыша Сэма Абу Хайкаля, зная, что он погиб от пуль израильских военных, посчитавших, что приближающийся автомобиль, в котором находилась семья, представлял для них опасность. Как сказал заместитель генсекретаря Том Флетчер, дети массово гибнут тогда, когда их начинают воспринимать в качестве сопутствующего урона. Убийства детей ни при каких обстоятельствах не должны превращаться в повседневную реальность, иначе человечество обречено. Отмечаем заявление армии обороны Израиля о проведении расследования данного инцидента. Призываем к привлечению виновных к ответственности по всей строгости закона. Такой подход должен распространяться и на остальные случаи насилия на Западном берегу, вне зависимости от того, идет ли речь о поселенцах, израильских силовиках или палестинцах. Никто не должен находиться выше закона. К сожалению, как отмечается в докладе Генсекретаря ООН, количество ежедневных атак со стороны поселенцев выросло до беспрецедентного уровня. Причем многие из них совершаются в присутствии сотрудников израильских сил безопасности. Если опираться на данные секретариата, то можно сделать вывод о том, что поселенческое насилие носит систематический характер, а судебно-правоохранительная система не предпринимает значимых шагов для решения этой проблемы. Одновременно разделяем обеспокоенность Антонио Гутерреша законодательными мерами, расширяющими основания для применения смертной казни на ЗБРИ. Призываем израильские власти пересмотреть данное решение. Госпожа председатель, не лучше обстоят дела и в Газе. По-прежнему пробуксовывает процесс выполнения достигнутых в октябре прошлого года договоренностей между Израилем и Хамас о прекращении огня в секторе Газа. Резолюция СБ ООН 2803, утвердившая план Дональда Трампа по урегулированию в палестинском анклаве, к сожалению, остается на бумаге. Говорить о наступлении прочного мира не приходится. Регулярно поступают сообщения о новых операциях армии обороны Израиля в Газе, в результате чего продолжают гибнуть мирные жители. Вызывает тревогу информация о произвольном расширении израильтянами, находящейся под их контролем территории. Сохраняются значительные ограничения на ввоз и доставку гуманитарной помощи. До сих пор не созданы международные стабилизационные силы. Не согласован механизм разоружения Хамас. Перспектива полного вывода израильских войск с территории анклава не просматривается. Не названы конкретные сроки передачи административных полномочий палестинской технократической структуре, Национальному комитету по управлению Газой, который все еще не может выехать из Каира в сектор. Очевидно, что о каких-либо практических действиях, касающихся запуска работ по реконструкции сектора, речи сейчас также не идет. По сути, миротворческие усилия американской администрации на палестинском направлении поставлены на паузу. На этом фоне достижение американо-иранских договоренностей и разрядка напряженности в регионе Большого Ближнего Востока дает надежду на возможность разблокирования патовой ситуации на палестино-израильском треке. Переговорное решение – единственная жизнеспособная формула, поскольку исключительно военными средствами невозможно добиться полноценного учета законных озабоченностей в сфере безопасности. Ведь даже при всей трудности в продвижении в заключенных при посредничестве США, Катара, Египта и Турции соглашений, без дипломатического решения жертв конфликта было бы намного больше, а израильские заложники продолжали бы томиться в подземельях Газы. Однако нельзя довольствоваться достигнутым и следует продолжать энергичные усилия по сближению сторон, опираясь при этом на общепризнанную международно-правовую базу. Убеждены, что возможности для реализации двухгосударственной формулы решения палестинского вопроса все еще сохраняются. Комплексное урегулирование палестино-израильского конфликта гарантирует прочный мир всем народам региона, в котором государство Палестина в границах 1967 года со столицей в Восточном Иерусалиме будет сосуществовать в мире и безопасности с Израилем. Россия готова всячески содействовать международным усилиям, направленным на достижение такого результата. Я благодарю за внимание.
Gracias a la representante de la Federación de Rusia por su alocución y ahora quiero presentar la palabra a la representante de Bahrein. Tiene usted la palabra.
السيدة الرئيسة، نتقدم بالشكر إلى مقدمي الإحاطات ونأخذ علما بالتقرير الربع السنوي الصادر عن الأمين العام في 23 يونيو حول آخر المستجدات بشأن سياسة الاستيطان في الأراضي الفلسطينية. ونود التطرق إلى النقاط الثلاثة التالية. أولاً، أن التطورات الأخيرة في الضفة الغربية بما فيها القدس الشرقية تعكس تصعيداً غير مسبوق في الأنشطة الاستيطانية التي لا تحظى بأي شرعية قانونية وتشكل انتهاكاً للقانون الدولي ولقرارات مجلس الأمن ذات الصلة، وفي مقدمتها القرار رقم 2334 الذي أكد أن إنشاء المستوطنات في الأرض الفلسطينية المحتلة منذ عام 1967 بما فيها القدس الشرقية مخالفة للقوانين الدولية. كما تمثل هذه الممارسات انتهاكاً صارخاً لحقوق الشعب الفلسطيني وعقبة رئيسية أمام تحقيق حل الدولتين وإحلال السلام العادل والدائم والشامل. وفي ضوء ذلك تجدد مملكة البحرين الدعوة إلى الالتزام بمسار السلام والسعي إلى التوصل إلى تفاهمات مشتركة بدلاً من فرض إجراءات أحادية الجانب، وتدعو إلى وقف جميع الأنشطة الاستيطانية فوراً وعلى نحو كامل في كافة الأراضي الفلسطينية والتقيد بجميع الالتزامات القانونية في هذا الصدد. ثانياً، إن عوامل الاحتقان المتصاعدة في الضفة الغربية تنذر بتقويض ما تحقق من جهود سياسية وأمنية وإنسانية. إن ارتفاع نسب عنف المستوطنين بشكل غير مسبوق ودون رادع واستهداف الأبرياء دون وجه حق، بالإضافة إلى اقتحام المساجد وإغلاقها وانتهاك المقدسات الإسلامية والمسيحية، هي عوامل تزيد من خطورة الوضع وتؤدي إلى مزيد من التصعيد وتعطل كل ما تحقق عبر الجهود المختلفة. وعليه تدعو مملكة البحرين إلى ضرورة التمسك بخطاب السلام الذي يجمع الشعوب ووقف كل ما يشعل فتيل التوترات ويخلق بيئة حاضنة للكراهية والتطرف ويقوض كل ما بني من نجاح. وبالإشارة إلى الاحتفال باليوم العالمي لمكافحة خطاب الكراهية الذي صادف 18 من يونيو، نستحضر في هذا السياق ما ورد في إعلان مملكة البحرين لحرية الدين والمعتقد، وبخاصة الفقرة 5 منه والتي تحث على استحضار الخير ونشره ورفض كل ما يدعو للفرقة والكراهية. ثالثاً وأخيراً، إن ما يحدث في الضفة الغربية يدعونا للحديث عن التطورات في غزة، ونستذكر في هذا السياق انعقاد الجلسة الطارئة بمجلس الأمن في 18 من يونيو، والتي استمعنا خلالها إلى مدى قلق مجلس الأمن إزاء عدم التمكن من تحقيق الدعم الإنساني الكافي والفوري والمستدام في غزة، حيث لا يزال أكثر من 2 مليون فلسطيني يواجهون أوضاعاً إنسانية بالغة الصعوبة في ظل استمرار القيود المفروضة على إيصال المساعدات الإنسانية وتدهور الظروف المعيشية والخدمات الأساسية. وفي هذا الإطار تدعو المملكة إلى ضرورة دعم الحكومة الفلسطينية وتشدد على أهمية تحقيق التكامل بين كافة الجهود والمبادرات الأممية والدولية المتعلقة بالشأن الفلسطيني. كما تجدد في هذا الإطار دعمها للجهود التي يبذلها مجلس السلام تنفيذاً للقرار رقم 2803 وتتطلع إلى التنفيذ الكامل للخطة الشاملة لإنهاء الصراع في غزة والانتقال إلى المرحلة الثانية من الخطة، خاصة وأن إنجاح جهود مجلس السلام في غزة سينعكس بشكل إيجابي على الضفة الغربية. وفي الختام تجدد مملكة البحرين التأكيد على أن نجاح مسارات السلام يبدأ بتجسيد الدولة الفلسطينية المستقلة ذات السيادة على حدود 4 من يونيو 1967 وعاصمتها القدس الشرقية، جنباً إلى جنب مع دولة إسرائيل على أساس مبدأ حل الدولتين وفقاً لمبادئ القانون الدولي ومبادرة السلام العربية وقرارات الشرعية الدولية ذات الصلة، وتمكين الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق من نيل حقوقه المشروعة لتهيئة بيئة إقليمية مستقرة ومنفتحة تتمتع بالتكامل الإقليمي لصالح جميع شعوب المنطقة. وشكرا السيدة الرئيسة.
Gracias a la representante de Bahrein por su declaración. Para conceder ahora la palabra a Pakistán. Tiene usted la palabra.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank Mr. Ramiz Al-Akbarov, Deputy Special Coordinator, for his briefing. And we also appreciate the statements by Mr. Epstein and Ms. Barghouti. Madam President, one thing is striking from the briefings this morning and the statements by council members. You would not see more expressions of concern regarding the flagrant violations of international law and more calls for accountability in the context that is there, where the grave consequences emanating from an ever-expanding and entrenching occupation is before this Council. And that is because the situation across the occupied Palestinian territory remains dire and is showing no signs of abating. As we have heard, the West Bank is witnessing its largest and deadliest wave of settlement expansion and highest sustained levels recorded of settler violence. The Secretary General's report documents that 4,750 housing units were advanced or approved during the reporting period, including 34 settlements approved in a single cabinet decision, the highest to date. Israel's newly launched online land registration platform in Area C systematically facilitates the dispossession of Palestinian property under the guise of bureaucratic procedure. The controversial and illegal E1 project is the strategic linchpin that would carve the West Bank into isolated enclaves, targeting the viability of a contiguous Palestinian state. Alongside this, legitimate institutions of governance are being choked and suffocated by withholding the revenues of the Palestinian Authority by Israel. So what we are witnessing is not a series of isolated incidents, but a deliberate and systemic pattern. This is an ecosystem of occupation in which settlement expansion, annexation, demolitions, forced evictions, displacement, and revenue withholding are mutually reinforcing, enabled by both brute military force and a legal juggernaut designed to legitimize the illegitimate. This is not chaos. It is a calculated framework to entrench illegal Israeli occupation. In this context, on June 18th, the foreign ministers of the Group of 8 Arab Islamic countries, of Pakistan as a part, condemned in the strongest terms the continued and escalating settler violence against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, including recent attacks on various mosques. The ministers affirmed their total rejection of these deplorable attacks, as well as the continued illegal Israeli measures in the occupied Palestinian territory. Madam President, in Gaza, while the Board of Peace has overseen improvements in humanitarian conditions, the situation remains dire. Widespread hunger, severe shortages of clean water and medical care, inadequate sanitation, and the unchecked spread of disease have left more than 90% of the population living in catastrophic conditions. Despite the ceasefire, close to 1,000 Palestinians, including women and children, have been killed. The recent report of the Independent Commission of Inquiry is a scathing indictment of the deliberate targeting and killing of Palestinian children by the Israeli occupation forces. There must be accountability for this. President, all these grave developments need to be seen in the context of continuing statements by Israel rejecting the idea of a Palestinian state and hence the two-state solution. It is absolutely clear as to where lies the problem. In our view, piecemeal approach will not work. It is time for this Council to undertake a holistic assessment of the situation across all of the occupied Palestinian territory and firmly tackle the obstacles to peace. In this regard, the Council must first compel Israel to immediately and completely cease all settlement activities, which constitute a flagrant violation of international law. Second, all attempts at annexation of land, demolitions, forced evictions, and displacements of Palestinians must be halted and reversed. The Palestinian population must be protected from settler violence, and all perpetrators must be fully held to account. The Council must reiterate its firm rejection of forced displacement. Third, the Council must bring pressure to bear on Israel, the occupying power, to release without further delay the revenues of the Palestinian Authority to address the mounting fiscal crisis. And fourth, the comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and Resolution 2803 must be fully implemented. President, the General Assembly's endorsement of the New York Declaration last year charted a pathway toward Palestinian statehood. And in parallel, efforts led by the United States, supported by the Arab and Islamic countries, have advanced the comprehensive peace plan. These initiatives, including the Board of Peace under Resolution 2803, must translate into action. A permanent ceasefire across the OPT, surge in humanitarian aid, the rebuilding of Gaza, and a definitive end to all illegal settlement activities. Our ultimate goal is the end of occupation, the establishment of an independent, sovereign, and contiguous state of Palestine on pre-1967 borders, with Al-Quds, Al-Sharif as its capital, remains the only guarantee for lasting peace in the region. I thank you.
Gracias al representante de Pakistán por su declaración. Ahora formularé una declaración en mi calidad de representante de Colombia. Agradezco al coordinador adjunto Ramiz Alakbarov por la información presentada. Agradezco igualmente al doctor Itai Epstein y a la periodista Mariam Barghouti por compartir con este Consejo sus valiosas contribuciones. Saludo a las delegaciones que nos acompañan en la reunión de hoy. Estamos probablemente ante el momento más crítico que ha vivido el territorio palestino ocupado en décadas. La velocidad, el alcance, la amplitud y la naturaleza de las medidas adoptadas por el gobierno de Israel dejan cada vez menos espacio para la ambigüedad. Son medidas que buscan consolidar la anexión de facto y de jure, alterando de manera permanente e irreversible el carácter demográfico y territorial, tanto de Gaza como de Cisjordania, incluyendo Jerusalén Oriental. No se trata de una suma de incidentes aislados, sino de una arquitectura de ocupación dirigida a fragmentar el territorio palestino, hacer inviable la continuidad territorial y cerrar la posibilidad de un Estado palestino soberano, contiguo y viable. La resolución 2334 no solo está siendo incumplida, sino que está siendo desafiada de manera abierta. Es evidente que cualquier excusa es válida para el régimen israelí. La consabida y maniquea premisa de su seguridad, la supuesta protección del medio ambiente y sitios arqueológicos, los pretextos burocráticos y administrativos, no hace falta especular sobre la intención de las políticas adoptadas, porque los representantes del gobierno israelí proclaman abiertamente su pretensión de continuar expandiendo su campaña de ocupación, genocidio y limpieza étnica. En Gaza, las continuas violaciones al cese al fuego y el avance de las fuerzas de defensa de Israel, que controlan cerca del 60% de la franja, continúan empujando a la población a una porción cada vez más reducida y fragmentada del territorio. La situación humanitaria, además, continúa siendo catastrófica y la reconstrucción sigue siendo una promesa sin cumplir. Por su parte, Cisjordania vive la peor crisis de desplazamiento desde 1967. Mientras autoridades y colonos atacan lugares de culto de comunidades musulmanas y cristianas, la decisión de construir un museo militar en el complejo de UNRWA, confiscado igualmente en una medida desafiante y simbólica, es un ataque al mandato de las Naciones Unidas, el derecho de los refugiados y a la memoria misma de la Nakba. La destrucción de la economía palestina, la violencia creciente de colonos, las evicciones diarias y la confiscación y la vandalización de bienes y propiedades de palestinos imponen condiciones que el derecho internacional reconoce como constitutivas de genocidio. Los testimonios desgarradores de comunidades y barrios enteros en Jerusalén Oriental que están siendo desplazados de sus hogares, en donde han vivido por generaciones, demuestran que nos encontramos ante un sistema de apartheid. El avance sostenido de medidas que este Consejo ha rechazado, que la Corte Internacional de Justicia ha declarado incompatibles con el derecho internacional y que la comunidad internacional ha condenado de manera reiterada, ha sido posible gracias a la impunidad con la que se ha permitido actuar a Israel. La falta de rendición de cuentas y el silencio de este Consejo frente a la gravísima situación en el territorio palestino ocupado socava de manera cada vez más preocupante la credibilidad de este órgano, la efectividad del derecho internacional y la confianza misma en el sistema multilateral. Colombia mantiene la esperanza de que este Consejo encuentre, antes de que sea demasiado tarde, la claridad jurídica, política y moral necesaria para actuar conforme a los principios que dice defender. Que logre todavía enviar una señal inequívoca a quienes esperan de las Naciones Unidas protección, justicia y dignidad, que el derecho internacional no se aplica selectivamente, que la protección de la vida humana no admite jerarquías y que para este Consejo unas vidas no valen más que otras. Gracias. Vuelvo a asumir las funciones de la presidencia del Consejo de Seguridad. Doy ahora la palabra al observador permanente del Estado Observador de Palestina. Tiene usted la palabra.
Madam President, allow me at the outset to thank the three briefers, Mr. Al-Akbarov, Mr. Epstein, and Ms. Barghouti for their briefing, and to thank you for convening this meeting, and to thank all of my colleagues, the members of the Security Council, who spoke very clearly and loudly demanding the implementation of a resolution that you've adopted in the year 2016, Resolution 2334. It is one of your resolutions. It is mandatory to be implemented, and for member states to abide with their obligations under the Charter of the United Nations to honor and respect and implement a resolution adopted by the Security Council. And that is also applicable to all resolutions adopted by the Security Council. Resolution 2334 could be summarized in two words: no annexation. I repeat, no annexation. It is an expression of the prohibition of acquisition of land by force, a peremptory norm of international law, and a principle enshrined in the UN Charter, a principle reaffirmed by the International Court of Justice in its 2024 advisory opinion, in which the court concluded, and I quote, "The sustained abuse by Israel of its position as an occupying power through annexation and an assertion of permanent control over the occupied Palestinian territory and continued frustration of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination violates fundamental principles of international law and renders Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory unlawful." End of quotation. Madam President, Israel has decided to entrench its occupation rather than bring it to an end. Whether in the Gaza Strip, where it has unlawfully seized control over 70% of the Gaza Strip, or in the West Bank, where it has effectively annexed over 60% of the West Bank and all of East Jerusalem. This is not only illegal, it is also contrary to President Trump's plan and Resolution 2803, which explicitly state there should be no occupation and no annexation, and it aims at blocking the promised pathway for Palestinian self-determination and independent statehood. Prime Minister Netanyahu declared once again in recent days, and I quote, "Between the sea and the Jordan River, there is no room for two states." End of quotation. So what is Netanyahu proposing exactly? A one-state solution with equal rights for all those living between the river and the sea? Or genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid? The answer is clearly obvious. Madam President, the Israeli government has multiplied the measures to steal Palestinian land. Israeli colonial plans in the E1 area amount to a death penalty for the Palestinian state and the prospects for peace in our region. Israel is extending its unlawful control over Palestinian land and Palestinian lives through military, legislative, and administrative measures, removing communities by armed force or by manipulating registration of land and seizing land under environmental, religious, or military pretext. The so-called sovereignty road, known worldwide as the Apartheid Road, and now rebranded by the Israeli government as the Fabric of Life Road, is designed to normalize colonization and annexation, and the confinement of Palestinians into more and more narrow areas, surrounded by settlers and occupation forces. Israel is deliberately fragmenting Palestinian land and isolating communities, including through the deployment of 1,000 Israeli checkpoints and roadblocks, while ensuring free movement for Israeli settlers in Palestinian land. Israel is dismantling the historic status quo through repeated assaults against the sanctity of the holy site and by asserting control over them. Madam President, these policies come at a heavy price for Palestinian communities and Palestinian families who are being terrorized by Israeli occupation forces and settlers, with constant attacks, the demolitions of their homes, their forcible removal from their ancestral land. From Batn al-Hawa to Khan al-Ahmar, from Al-Khalil, Hebron, to Nablus, in the extensively destroyed refugee camp of Tulkarem, Nur Shams, and Jenin, Palestinian communities are targeted everywhere and safe nowhere. Palestinian civilians are denied their most fundamental and their most basic rights and are deprived of the protection they so desperately need. Madam President, it should be clear that all those taking part in this illegal occupation and unlawful annexation are liable, whether the Israeli government and its officials, or foreign governments, financial institutions, businesses, entities, or individuals, and they should be held accountable. The ICJ has clearly identified not only Israel's obligations, but as importantly, the obligations of third states and other parties under international law, including the obligations of non-recognition, non-assistance, distinction, respecting and ensuring respect for international law, promoting the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, and ensuring that any implementing result from Israel's illegal occupation to the exercise of this right is brought to an end. In this regard, we warn countries, businesses, entities, financial institutions, and individuals that undertake any action that amounts to recognition or assistance to Israel's illegal occupation and annexation of Palestinian land, including East Jerusalem, and call on all states to uphold their obligations. Madam President, Israel's attack against the Palestinian Authority is an integral part of its attack against Palestinian presence in our ancestral land and against the independence of the Palestinian state. The withholding of Palestinian tax revenues is not only illegal and part and parcel of stealing our resources, whether financial or natural, It aims at the collapse of the PA and constitutes as such a threat to peace and security given the political, social, and human ramifications and the impact on regional stability. It must end. Madam President, in conclusion, the international community as a whole rejects annexation of Palestinian land. This was evident in the expressions of this Council, including the closed meeting recently, in which the 15th of you stated clearly that you are against annexation. Whether in national statements today, rejecting annexation, or in the resolutions of this Council, in the European Council conclusions, or the joint statement by the United States and the Gulf Cooperation Council adopted a few days ago, and also as the Ambassador, Distinguished Ambassador of Pakistan, reminded us of the latest declaration of the Committee of 8 of Foreign Ministers of the Arab countries and the Muslim countries. And yet, annexation is underway at a faster pace than ever, more publicly than ever. Israel is defying the international community and is denying international law. Annexation is an act of war. It kills all peace efforts. It cannot be bargained with. It must be stopped. The time for condemning and rejecting annexation is over. Now is the time to end it once and for all, and to choose resolutely the path of Palestinian self-determination and independent statehood and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the states of the region, including Palestine, Lebanon, and Syria, towards shared peace, security, and prosperity in our region. I thank you, Madam President.
Doy las gracias al observador permanente del Estado Observador de Palestina por su declaración. Doy ahora la palabra a la delegación de Israel. Tiene usted la palabra.
Madam President, this Council meets today under Resolution 2334, and every 3 months the Secretary General's report follows the same pattern. Israel is condemned again and again and again. Members from the Hamas-run Gaza Ministry of Health are quoted as fact. The numbers from their accusations against Israel are accepted first and examined later, if at all. I would like to thank Mr. Ramiz Al-Bagharov for his briefing, but just look at the other briefers invited here today. This time the presidency made an extra effort. It found some of the most radical anti-Israel voices it could find. These are not neutral experts, definitely not. Mr. Itai Epstein, if you look at the social media, even compared President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu to Hitler a few months ago. So those are the briefers you choose to bring and supposed to be objective, neutral briefers. That's unfortunate. Madam President, since October 7th, this Council has heard the same accusations against us again and again. Accusations, Israel, that we are intentionally kill civilians, that Israel intentionally targets doctors, aid workers, and journalists. Time and again, I have come here and said clearly, Israel does not target civilians. Israel does not target journalists. Israel targets terrorists. But many of you today chose to repeat the same accusations. That is the UN on anti-Israel autopilot. And how it works, a claim is made against Israel. The UN repeats it, and then the world condemns it. Then when the truth comes out, it takes time, sometimes weeks, months, years. No apology, no correction, no retraction. They move on. We will not move on. We will put the truth on the record. Let me show you a few examples. This is Muhammad Nasser Abu Awadi. He was eliminated in Gaza on the 23rd of December 2023. After that, UNESCO condemned Israel. Audrey Azoulay, UNESCO's Director General, told the world he was a journalist for the Al Istiklal newspaper. But earlier this year, not us, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad themselves, they exposed the truth. They confirmed that Abu Wadi was serving in their military wing. Journalist or terrorist? UNESCO's condemnation was public. Its correction still missing. And this is not one name or one example. This is a machine. Even the Committee to Protect Journalists has removed 8 Palestinian journalists from its database. And now it's reviewing the rest because Hamas and Islamic Jihad exposed the truth. Those so-called journalists were their own fighters, terrorists. Just last week, here in New York, the same propaganda campaign was repeated here by New York's city's mayor. Mr. Mamdani stood before a crowd. First, he compared AIPAC to monsters that move dark money. That's the language he used. Then he moved to talk about Gaza. He accused Israel of killing thousands of civilians. He said Israel killed an Al Jazeera journalist, Ahmad Wisha. Mr. Mamdani, we have the video. We have the evidence. This is Ahmad Wisha, the one that you condemned us for eliminating. A Hamas terrorist, a sniper in Hamas's military wing. We have the video. You can see him armed in the streets of Gaza. Journalist or a terrorist? You tell us. This is the machine. Hamas makes a claim. The NGO, ecosystem, rapporteurs, briefers, they all repeats the lies. And then a UN report rubber stamps it. The world media broadcasts it, and Israel is condemned before the facts are even checked. We see the same pattern with UNRWA. In October 2024, the Secretary General himself condemned in a statement an Israeli strike that eliminated Muhammad Abu Itawi, an UNRWA employee. I think it was over the weekend, late at night, the SG put that statement. He called him another one of our UNRWA colleagues. But who was that colleague that the Secretary General put such an emotional statement? He was a Hamas Nukba commander, a terrorist involved in the October 7th massacre near Re'im. UNRWA worker or a terrorist? Again, you should tell us. This is not one-off. For years, Israel warned this council that Hamas has infiltrated UNRWA. For years, you ignored it. Now UNRWA itself has fired 70 employees over security concerns. Security concerns about what? About Hamas. And still, this report condemns Israel. That is a problem. The obstacle to peace is not Israel, it is the radicals, it is Hamas. if you will not listen to Israel, then listen to the Gazans risking their lives to say it. On Friday, Palestinians in Gaza called for a day of rage against Hamas. But the protests could barely take off. Why? Because Hamas sent armed men into the streets, it threatened protesters as collaborators, and it warned them they could be executed. That is Hamas rule, and they are not only terrorizing Gazans. Hamas is directing terrorism across the region, also in Judea and Samaria. Days ago, we exposed a Hamas network in Turkey, planning attacks against Israelis in Judea and Samaria and other parts in Israel. In the past year alone, we have stopped dozens of Hamas-planned terror attacks. This council should be focused on pressuring Hamas to stop rebuilding its terror machine and disarm. The same is true in Lebanon. Over the weekend, Israel and Lebanon reached a historic framework agreement after direct negotiations by the United States. We want to thank the US for mediating the talks. This is bad news for Hezbollah, bad news for Iran, and good news for the people of Lebanon and the people of Israel. How do we know that? Because Hezbollah condemned it, Iran condemned it, they called it a disgrace. They're even threatening now the Lebanese ambassador who signed the agreement in DC last Friday because they are afraid, and they should be afraid, because this agreement points to a future, hopefully, God's will, inshallah, where Lebanon is not controlled by terrorists, a future where Iran does not decide Lebanon's fate, but the framework alone is not enough. The implementation, that's what counts. The Lebanese armed forces must deploy, Hezbollah must be removed, and Iran must be pushed out from Lebanon. Israel does not want to remain in Lebanon. We are there for one reason, to protect our people from Hezbollah. So I ask you today, put your pressure where it belongs, on Hezbollah to disarm, on Hamas, not on us. Madam President, the irony is impossible to ignore. Today, as we speak, the UN opens its high-level conference on counter-terrorism. The Secretary General will speak, ministers will speak, and counter-terrorism chiefs will gather. Everyone will talk about fighting terror. But when Israel actually fights terror, we are being condemned for that. That is hypocrisy. We have lived the consequences of terror. Today, in that conference, Rachel Goldberg-Polin will address the conference. She will speak as a mother whose son Hirsch was taken hostage by Hamas and murdered in a terror tunnel in Gaza. This council should listen to Rachel Goldberg-Polin, should listen to the victims of terror, listen to the country fighting terror day and night. Madam President, before I conclude, I was here in this room 10 years ago. I was actually sitting on the same chair 10 years ago when that resolution passed. I warned my colleagues that the resolution would not bring peace. I said it would be a victory for terror. I wish I had been wrong, but I was not. It became exactly what we warned. It's another weapon against Israel, a distraction from the terrorists blocking peace. This report makes the same mistake, trying to pressure Israel, excusing rejectionism, ignoring the Palestinian terrorist organizations blocking peace. So today, do not repeat the mistake. Put the pressure where it belongs, on Hamas, on Hezbollah, on Iran. Thank you.
Doy las gracias a la delegación de Israel por su declaración. No hay más oradores inscritos. Invito ahora a los miembros del Consejo a celebrar consultas oficiosas para proseguir el examen del tema. Se levanta la sesión.